Hello, hello. We are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And yesterday we got all the branded stuff. And I did spend some time after the stream trying to figure out like exactly what I was doing wrong with the deck. The problem is like there's pretty much infinity lines, right? So actually knowing what the correct one is kind of up to interpretation and maybe specific situations as well. But other than that, I did try and do some deck building. So today we're probably going to play branded Elfnote. And I think another thing like branded deck lists also, you can run like whatever text you want, make the deck how you want it for your preferences, and it'll still be effective as long as you're playing around its strengths. So there's gonna be a lot of discussion about what's actually the best way to incorporate it into things, and there's going to be a lot of different options for that. So I just wanted to show the deck lists that I was working on real quick, and I'm going to kind of leave it open for some suggestions and stuff because I haven't tried these deck lists, but I think they have potential, but maybe some of them could use some work to get better, and like what the exact ratios need to be for things and what we could do to actually improve on some stuff here. So the first one is I changed the just regular branded deck to be more to some of my preferences. So I added in two Ecclesia because it seemed like there was maybe a lot of use cases for two Ecclesia, but now that I'm thinking about it more, the Ecclesia can be summoned from the graveyard by this guy, from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So I don't know that two is that important, unless of course this one gets banished, then you could run into some problems. So maybe two is not it, but I kind of thought that two was a good idea, and now I'm going back on that a little bit, so that's something to discuss. Mercurier is another one that I couldn't really figure out if I wanted or not. It seemed like if you're not playing the Cockatoриum, you don't really need the Mercurier, but you can still use the Mercurier. It's not like it's a bad card, right? Like his effect still works while he's on the field. You can send it from your hand or face up on the field to the graveyard to negate an effect. So you could use stuff to summon the Mercurier, such as the Ecclesia, or, you know, if you dump it into the grave, you could potentially use the Quem to summon it back and still make use of it. But I do think that it's kind of like a dead card in your hand, so maybe not as great. But it does go with the branded and high spirits, so there is that. Nadir Servant, I don't know, I kind of like we had a lot of games where Nadir Servant came up, where it's just kind of like a good one-card combo, right? Granted, you don't get to summon from the extra deck that turn, but you do get to set almost everything up that you could want. So it seems like a pretty good card. I did put in this kit. I don't know exactly all the use cases for the kit. I'm a little bit confused on how to use the kit effectively. The kit needs to go to the graveyard pretty much to be super effective, but it can be special summoned, but what are the odds you're actually meeting either of these requirements to special summon it? So I feel like the best thing for kit is to use it with Brandon and High Spirits. Now, what beast are you sending? I was like, what beasts are in the extra deck? This is a beast. I didn't realize that the dragon that devours the dogma is a beast. They love to do that, especially with dragons. It's like called like whatever dragon, and it's like a Cyberse or a psychic, or in this case a beast, or like whatever. That happens to dragons a lot, where it has dragon in the name, but then it's not actually a dragon. I feel like that might be a or worm. Worm is another one they mess up, but that might be like a translation issue between Japanese and English, where word that doesn't necessarily mean dragon always gets translated to dragon, but it like can sometimes mean dragon, something like that. What other stuff did I change? I took out some of the stuff that I didn't like. Like, I didn't really like the branded in red too much, so I removed that. I don't know what to think about this one. I think people are a lot, like, back and forth about this card. It seems good, especially with Nadir Servant. to make sure that you can actually get Fallen and Virtuous to set for that turn. And I do like the fact that it's an alt art that you will automatically get Royal. It just looks nice. But I could definitely see, especially if you're playing 2 Ecclesia here, that you probably don't need this. But that's another one that's up for debate, definitely. Brandon in High Spirits seems like it's very good, but it's also, like, especially with Nadir Servant, you could get hit by a Droll with this, so I don't know. And then the extra deck, I've also, like, I really like Sanctifier, but not a lot of people are running Sanctifier anymore with this, so I don't know whether you should run Sanctifier in this. I also switched out the, what was his face? The Dark... He's like a Boral. He's a Boral, right? This guy. The Borreload Furious Dragon. I switched him out for Star Source. I don't really understand why you would want to play Borreload instead of Star Source. Star Source just seems better after testing it. Because Star Source can be summoned in all the exact same cases that Borreload can. But I think Star Source has higher potential. So, like, I guess the only way that you could say that Borreload is better is if, like, your only way to fusion is Cartesia, and they're actively imperming your Cartesia, and you need to choose right now to activate Cartesia, then Star Source might be worse, because then you're summoning it into nothing, whereas Borreload can hold his effect. You're trying to build Branded? Are you trying to build brand? Because the title says we're playing Elfnote today, right? I'm just talking about all of my deck lists, and we're all the deck lists that I crafted last night before we get started. Which deck are you trying to build? Branded is tough because it's got so many URs, right? Like the extra deck is like 10 or 11, maybe even 12 URs here. And then the main deck is so expensive with all the support over time. Like, you can't count Ecclesia as a UR, obviously, or Alibur, or this Ecclesia, because those are alt arts. But obviously, a lot of the other stuff is expensive. So this deck is definitely tough to build from scratch. I'm glad that I already had, like, all the branded cards before this. Otherwise, it would be a pain. But anyways, so this is what I've been working on with branded so far. Changes from yesterday that are more to my preferences, but again, I think there's like infinity ways to build this deck, and you just gotta play around what cards you put in it, essentially. So moving on, the other one that I was working on besides Elfnote was Dracotail. Now, what I saw from the Dracotail decks is they weren't playing Horn. Obviously, my deck right now is 41 cards, so I could just cut the Horn, but I don't know if that's right or not, because I feel like Horn is really good against most decks, right? It's just maybe not that great against Branded specifically, but it's good against like Cool Tune and stuff. So I don't know if it's actually correct to take it out. This is another situation where maybe you don't actually need 2 Ecclesia, but if we're not running the Dogmatica one, 2 might be a little bit better. Especially because Ecclesia's pretty good going second. And then other than that, it is pretty heavy on the branded stuff. I chose to keep Sanctifier. Again, I like Sanctifier. I think he's cool. But if the problem with removing Sanctifier is all of a sudden you make Branded Fusion. Where's Branded Fusion? Right there. Branded Fusion is not a bridge into Dracotail if you remove the Sanctifier, right? Unless I'm just getting something wrong here. I guess maybe it is. You can technically use Albion and Lubellion. I just don't really like that bridge as much because Lubellion, you're dropping a card, and Albion, you're banishing stuff. So I feel like it feels a lot worse than Sanctifier, who you just send the Frixel and get to do stuff with. So this again is something that I'm just like working on at the moment, and we'll see what other people can think of that might be slightly better ratios. But yeah, I'm not sure what to do about the Horn, if it should actually be taken out or not. And then I do think Secretarion's really good. I don't know if more decks should be playing Secretarion, especially if you're playing Super Poly, because Secretarion is just going to be like super easy to make against a branded deck, and then they're going to not really be able to use their deck anymore, right? They're going to run into a lot of problems where all of a sudden they can't use Cartesia, they can't even use Albaz, they can't use White Dragon, they can't do a lot of stuff if you could just summon a Secretarion, which you could usually do with just their board, right? You could just look at their board, be like, oh, they have a Quem, they have an Albaz or a White Dragon on the field. Boom, just take it and instantly turn off all their stuff. So Secretarion's something that I might consider even trying to play in more stuff, because I think it just kind of immediately eliminates branded if you can figure out how to make it. And if you're playing your own branded stuff, then obviously Albaz can use their field to make it. All kinds of stuff can help you make the Secretarion. So now is what we're actually playing today and what I've been working on, which is the branded Elfnote. Now, I'm going to need some help with this. We're going to try this. I haven't tried the deck yet. In my head, all of this works. I went kind of heavy on the branded stuff here. I think normally you're probably going to go a lot lighter on the branded stuff, because you don't need all the branded stuff. I think you can get a lot of effectiveness out of just putting like 3 Fallen and the Virtuous, and then just putting Dark Dragon and the Dragon that Devours in. I think you could get a lot of use out of just doing that. However, I also think there's some potential here to make some cool plays by just adding more branded cards. So essentially what I've done to create this deck is I took the Fiendsmith, the heavy Fiendsmith with the Desiree, and just removed all the Fiendsmith and put in all branded for it. I did also take out my Imperms, but I feel like Fallen and the Virtuous kind of replaces Imperm in a good way. So I don't feel that bad about it, but maybe I would still want the Imperms, because like it's really hard to interrupt. Like, these are a lot of going second cards, but it's not a whole lot that's going to mess up their turn 1, right? We're still playing the 2 Regina, because I feel like the less... Like, we're still playing a whole bunch of Elfnote cards, but when we're playing another engine, Regina's probably not going to be a good turn 0 play at this moment. So I'm not that concerned, but I do want to have 2 of them in case she, like, gets queued or something. So we'd still have one, because Regina is, like, your best play to try and go into when you're actually doing Elfnote stuff. And so the interesting thing that I was thinking of with this deck, and we'll talk about it when we actually get started playing the deck, but at first I was like, there's no real synergy here. We're just kind of playing 2 decks to make ourselves better at going second, right? And then hopefully the branded stuff is good enough going first that we're not sad about losing the Fiendsmith. But as I thought about it more, I was like, actually, all of the Elfnote stuff bridges into the branded stuff. If you start Medius, you summon the Power Patron activates his effect, you now make Dark Dragon. And then you're not even locked into anything at that part. You just have all branded access to all branded stuff from there, which seems pretty powerful. Especially if you could do that going second. But I think going first, that's good enough. Right now, the only 5 that I have, because we don't have Fiendsmith stuff, I just put in the TG Hyper Librarian. The main thing I want to do with Medius is go for this, but if for some reason the Power Patron gets messed up and I have to go for a 5, like they imperm his effect or something, then I have the Hyper Librarian, just because like he's probably the best 5 besides Excel Synchron. But I didn't really want to play, what's his, Jet Synchron. I feel like we're kind of getting into it with too much different stuff going on in the deck, and I didn't want to make it cluttered up with Jet Synchron. And I couldn't really figure out a good way to use Excel Synchron without then also playing a level 11 Synchro like Jirai Shin. And I kind of decided that he probably wasn't good enough. So I went with the Hyper Librarian, plus the Hyper Librarian, we're probably not going to try and make him too much, but if we do have to make him and we don't get drolled, this is just going to give us ways to get over to more Elfnote stuff or more branded stuff, right? And then I went super heavy on super poly stuff, right? We have all the basic super poly targets. Now, I don't know if Sea Monster is actually any good anymore. Yesterday, we didn't run into any Cool Tune at all. So it felt kind of bad. But I'm also thinking, like, is this other stuff just good? Like, is Mud Dragon just good enough that we don't actually need Sea Monster? Or, like, even Garura? Are these two just going to be good enough, even against Cool Tune, that we don't actually need the Sea Monster? Like, yeah, the Sea Monster's great against Cool Tune, but it seems like it's so bad against everything else. Sometimes you could use it against Branded, but there's probably better stuff you can make against Branded. Like, if they have a Quem and an Ecclesia on the field, you could Sea Monster that. But yeah, I'm kind of up in the air on the Sea Monster. I feel like he doesn't really need to be here. We could potentially take him out and then add, like, a second dragon that devours. Maybe add an Iron Dash, because he just requires an effect monster special summon this turn. Is pretty generic with your Albaz. There's a lot of stuff. Initially, I was like, do I need Titaniclad? And I decided that it doesn't make sense in this deck, because the reason that Branded is using Titaniclad is to be able to summon Quem in the end phase. But, our entire deck is designed around, like, the Branded deck has a lot of situations where they lock themselves from being able to actually Synchro Summon anymore, with, like, Branded, starting with Branded Fusion and stuff like that. This deck is never locked out of making Dark Dragon, right? Because the only lock from Elfnote is a Synchro lock. So we don't really need Titaniclad, because we're always going to have something that can summon Quem. Or at least that's the goal. Obviously, if we get messed up a lot, then maybe you could have been like, oh, well, if you had Titaniclad here and you sent it off of White Dragon, then you would have actually been able to have a Quem. But I think the situations where that's going to happen are probably pretty small. And most of the times I'm going to be able to figure out how to make a Dark Dragon. Now, next, besides Medius, because Medius is the one we initially talked about, the Elfnote combo just also goes into Dark Dragon. You just have to accept that you're synchro locked once you've done this. So, but what you could do is, if you could make Strelitzia, no matter how you want to make Strelitzia. And so the other thing is, I'm still running Baron, but I think the idea is I'm going to try not to make Baron with the Power Patron. The goal is going to be to use the Branded tuners to make Baron, hopefully. Because we have all of our cards are 6s, right? And these three are all tuners that we should be able to summon, hopefully without locking ourselves. White Dragon is the only way we're going to be locked out of doing that. But, so we're going to try to be going for Dark Dragon. By going Strelitzia first, Strelitzia resummons the Power Patron, and then boom, we could just make Dark Dragon out of that, right? We're not locked. We're locked into Synchros because of Strelitzia's effect. But we're not locked out of summoning all these Branded cards and then making a Baron out of that, or doing pretty much anything else. Like, we could summon Quem from the deck, dump Cartesia with Quem, summon back the Cartesia, and then use the Cartesia on the next turn. The only place I think that is going to be difficult is Strelitzia on your opponent's turn, because on your opponent's turn, I have set it up where I do want a fusion summon. So we need to make sure we're not locking ourselves with Strelitzia before we do our fusion summons. But even like the White Albaz, only his hand effect actually locks you into level 8s, right? This other effect here, you can summon him with Dark Dragon and then use his other effect to summon yourself an Ecclesia. None of that locks you. So we can still make all of those plays and set up for fusion plays without messing up being able to use Strelitzia for like summoning Tinia, doing disruptions like that, and so forth. Now, is the Black Rose any good? I don't know. Some of this is going to require testing. So anyways, that's what I was thinking. We're going to talk about it again in just a second for the start of the video, but if anyone has any ideas, I think this is going to be something that like is going to need to be developed over time. I don't think it's going to be so simple to just figure it out in one go. So let's go ahead, change over to this deck. Alright, I was just talking a lot, so I'm going to fill up my water and then we'll actually get started. Alrighty, let's get started, shall we? Yo, what's going on? And welcome back to some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And if you read the title, today we are going to be playing Branded Elfnote. Now, yesterday we played just Branded because I wanted to try and get used to the cards, and it's very difficult, right? There's so many lines and stuff you could do with Branded. But I think that also means there's a ton of potential for Branded to do things in other decks. So I put on my theory crafting hat and I got to work on this Branded Elfnote deck. Now, I'd like to preface this by saying that I think like I could use some help with coming up with ideas from other people. I haven't tested this yet. It just like makes sense in my head, and I wanted to go heavier on the Branded stuff initially. I think there's room to go even heavier, but I don't know if that's actually good or not. So I think it's just going to require a lot of testing and fine-tuning and figuring out what works, what doesn't, what we want to take out, what we would rather add in, stuff like that. So this is my initial thoughts on Branded Elfnote with the heavy side of Branded. I think that like if you just want to throw in some Branded cards to make yourself a little bit better going second, you could just do triple Fallen and Virtuous, and then add in the Dragon that Devours the Dogma and the Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon. If you just add in those two cards, doesn't take up a whole lot of space. You could probably still play that with Fiendsmith, right? But I think there's potential to do some cool stuff by adding more Branded and hopefully make both turn 1 better and turn 2 better. That's my hopes with this deck. So we're going to see if that actually ends up being the case. So what we've done is we pretty much just stripped out the Fiendsmith from my deck and replaced it with a bunch of Branded stuff. We even took out some of the Elfnote stuff in the extra deck to make room for more Branded stuff, because I think the more Branded stuff you could play, the more potential you have. So what we got Branded wise is we got the 4 little ones. Well, I guess they're separated. So we have 3 Fallen of Albaz total. I think that the Fallen of White Dragon is gonna open up a lot of potential to do stuff, but our hopes are generally to not have to use him. If he's in hand, we don't want to use him too early, and we also aren't playing Branded in high spirits, so we're not trying to search this guy to hand. We're mainly trying to maybe summon him from deck or summon him with Quem instead to make use of his effect, because his first effect locks you into 8s, which we don't really like too much. But his second effect doesn't lock you at all. So if we could figure out a different way to summon him without using his in-hand effect, then we can potentially make full use of him and not care at all. Otherwise, it is for the rest of the turn, so we can just save this guy till late in the turn after doing other stuff. Initially with this deck, I didn't really have a bridge in mind, but now I kind of understand after thinking about it for a while. All of the Elfnote stuff goes into the Branded stuff. Just straight up, it does. And you might be like, okay, how's it do that? We just make Dark Dragon. All the Elfnote stuff can make Dark Dragon, right? Medius, summon Power Patron. Make sure Power Patron ends up in the middle column. Power Patron activates its effect to become level 4. Make Dark Dragon. Boom. Haven't locked yourself out of anything. Power Patron then gets its search. And you have made Dark Dragon without locking yourself in any way at all. And so that means that we'll have access to all of the branded stuff from there. We could do pretty much whatever we want. Also, if we're trying to do it with other elf notes, you know, basic elf note play, let's say we go Tinia, set the welcome home activates. So welcome home is going to lock you into synchros. But usually on our turn, we're not trying to make the fusions. The fusions we're saving for their turn. So I don't think it's going to be a big problem with the welcome home. But so welcome home, tribute Tinia, summon Regina in the middle. Regina summons Power Patron from deck. Power Patron and Regina. We're no longer trying to make Baron from here, right? Like in the past with Elfnote, always first I wanted to just make Baron. I wanted to activate the Power Patron to make Baron with a level 6, which we still can do, but I think maybe we should still do that. It's going to be up in the air. We got to figure that out because what we can do instead, I guess it depends on if we have Medius or not, is probably what we're going to base it on. But what we can do instead is we can make Strelitzia, bring back Power Patron, boom, we make Dark Dragon. So all the Elfnote stuff could get into Dark Dragon very easily, which then means we can get into branded stuff, right? And then other than that, since the only thing we're locking from that, as long as we're not activating this in-hand effect, we're just locking ourselves to synchros, right? And we got 3 perfectly good level 4 tuners here. We probably don't want to use Quem, but, you know, you get the point. I can use that to make Baron with any of the elf notes. So we should still end up with a Baron and hopefully a Dark Dragon, and then maybe we could do some more stuff. It's going to be a little bit harder to make Crystal. Maybe there's no room for Crystal in this deck anymore. I think that's something that we're going to have to think about, right? Like, what is there actually just no room for anymore? Because we're just never going to use it. If I'm always going Dark Dragon, do I even want Crystal in my deck? Maybe not, but I think testing is going to be the way we're going to figure out. And, like, am I ever going to be able to make Black Rose? I don't know. Am I even going to want to? But there's potential that maybe we could. Now, Hyper Librarian is kind of just the replacement for Armades. He's a good generic 5. But again, if we're always trying to use the Power Patron to make, with Medius to make Dark Dragon, we might not be making Hyper Librarian. But the one thing that I was thinking of is, like, what if they imperm the Power Patron? Which you shouldn't imperm the Power Patron, probably. But in that case, if we didn't have Hyper Librarian, we're just dead in the water, right? We can't play the game anymore. So, I feel like just having him, just in case something like that happens, might be a smart play. Especially, like, if Ghost Mourner becomes more popular. Because a normal summon Medius can't be Ghost Mournered, right? Ghost Mourner only works on special summon monsters. Yeah, special summons a monster. So the Medius can't be Ghost Mournered, but the Power Patron it summons can be. So I think that maybe it's smart to keep the Hyper Librarian in. But yeah, we're heavy on the branded, and we still have the super polys. A lot of this stuff should help us going second, right? So we'll see. Is it actually going to work? Do we even need the Theseus anymore? That is a big question that I want to try and answer soon, because I don't think we need it. But people are still playing it for Cool Tune. But, like, it seems like a lot of boards, Mud Dragon, a lot of Cool Tune boards, Mud Dragon is just as good as Theseus. Unless I'm just missing something. Like, really only if they have, like, a main deck monster on the field is Theseus good. Otherwise, like, Garura and Moo Dragon kind of take care of it. And maybe even the Dragon that Devours the Dogma can take care of it a lot of the time. So, anyways, that's a long-winded discussion to kind of explain what we're doing here. And know that this is just my initial thoughts on trying to go heavier on the branded side. But I could definitely use some help thinking of ideas that might make it better, ratios that we can change, anything. One card that we're not playing that I think we could very well be playing is High Spirits. High Spirits is a really good branded starter. The problem with it is it's weak to droll, right? If we get drolled on this, we're going to be sad. But High Spirits gets us over into any of the branded stuff that we want. And all of the Elfnotes are spellcasters, right? And what spellcaster do we have in the extra deck? Grangrenal. So maybe if I was changing stuff around, I'd play some High Spirits, and I would want a second Grangrenal, possibly. But really, I think I want a second one of these, maybe instead of Theseus, but we'll see. Like, maybe I should just make the executive decision right now that we're not going to summon Crystal Clearwing. And put in a second one of these. But I think we want to just get some experience with it and see, like, am I ever making it? There are some cases where I could probably, like, theorize, like, oh, Crystal Clearwing, I need it in this deck, right? Like, if I need to fight a Liger Dancer, how the heck does this deck deal with a Liger Dancer? It doesn't, right? Crystal Clearwing is the only thing that can kill a Liger Dancer in the deck. So maybe we leave it for something like that. But yeah, be sure to let me know some ideas and stuff you guys might have as well. I think, because we haven't really lowered our Elfnote numbers at all, we've just taken out Fiendsmith. So I'm hoping that this just makes the deck better. Like, better going second, because I think Super Poly is actually better with all the branded stuff, and the fact that branded is going to be running rampant. And then I did take out Imperms to put in the Fallen and the Virtuous, essentially. So I don't know where we're at on that. And do you want to play more droplets? Possibly, because we're playing so much stuff that we could droplet away. Like, we could play a Fallen of the Virtuous to try and pop something, and then droplet it and see how much of the board we could actually mess with. What was I just thinking of? There was one more. Oh, Secretarion. I don't know if every deck needs to be playing Secretarion right now or not, if you're playing Super Poly at least. Because it's so easy to make Secretarion off of a branded board that they just already have set up for you, and then it kind of just shuts them down completely. Should I try this instead of the Theseus? I think it might be better. Let's see, right? Secretarion is gonna be really easy to make for us in general, just because, like, Artesia and Albaz can make it. Albaz might be able to make it with their field if they have a spellcaster at all. Super Poly will be able to make it against most people. And even if their board doesn't necessarily set it up, maybe we can set it up, right? Like, there's a lot of people playing dragons. If we just have a single spellcaster on the field, then we have a Secretarion. Or if they play spellcasters and we have a single dragon on the field, then we can do that. So, a lot of options here. This is what we're going to try for now, and we'll see how it goes. And we'll make changes as we see fit. But I really just want to, like, see what cards are good, what cards I don't like, and get an idea from there. We do have someone with a Nibiru icon. I wonder if he's just trying to scare us here, or... I do think that our disruptions are going to become very complicated, right? We got to watch out with using Strelitzia on their turn. Okay, this is actually really bad. We kind of can't do anything, huh? We got a rare... We don't have enough Elfnotes to use Regina. Now, we can pop our own Quem here if Quem gives Impermed. What do we want to do? Because there's kind of no way I can do anything good here, huh? I feel like a branded player would know how to get out of this, but I can't figure it out. Like, am I just sending this guy because I got no play? It kind of feels like it. I feel like there had to have been something I could do there. I just wasn't seeing it, right? Because if I pop my Quem, the monster that's sent to the graveyard, I'm not summoning. I am summoning from the deck. Ooh. I think I just allow it. That's a tough one. I think he's baiting, though. Ooh, he gets the chain block as well. Yeah, we might be out of luck on this first one here. Can I pop this guy immediately? The real question is, do I even activate the white dragon to summon an Ecclesia? Because that's a draw for them, and then using the Ecclesia to summon the Albaz is another draw. Which one do we want here? I'm hoping that maybe he doesn't have another way to get into that. For sure I'm doing this. We still... Oh, he's actually out of there. He should not have done that, right? I don't know what he thinks my other face down card is. I guess maybe he thinks it's... Maybe he thinks it's super pop. I don't know what he thinks there. Does he think I have the other Albaz engraved? Because I would have preferred to have the other Albaz engraved for that. I don't know. That was a weird scoop on his part. Very weak opening hand. If someone knows what I should have done there, it was just such an awkward hand. Like, I had nothing I could put face up to make sure that I didn't have to pop the Quem, right? Okay, we got a hand for going second. Sky Striker. So it's probably just 0, and then 0 will search, and we can droll that. Hopefully they search engage. Do it. Get greedy. Search engage. They shouldn't. Most Sky Striker players, I think, should know not to search engage like this. Now, if you could do this in the draw phase with a linkage, then it's okay. He searched engage. I guess that is something. All the branded players don't seem to be playing droll. Oh, unless he just has... Oh, I thought maybe he just had called by. But I can't play around him just having called by, right? That would be completely unreasonable. Tinia. Okay, this is tough. He's got no spells in here, right? Do I go for Tinia first? The problem is I think he's gonna 0 immediately if I do that. So part of me wants to go Medius first. I think we gotta do it like this. I assume that he has at least one Widow Anchor. Max C. That's rough. Can you could do this whenever, right? Yeah, you could do that in the battle phase, so... Yes, I could threaten him with the battle phase, but it's not necessarily the best. I kind of don't want to synchro lock myself. I would pitch the Fallen to summon the Cartesia, but then I'm synchro locked. Ash. So his last card is probably Engage in hand, right? Like I have to do this now. He had all the right stuff to stop me. Do I want to throw down the White Dragon, though? Or do I want to just throw down Tinia? Problem is if Regina gets negated, then I have nothing else I can do, right? It's like I have to pitch the White Dragon. So this is where he's probably going to be thrown off a little bit. He's like, uh-oh. Well, the real question is... like, I have to do this, right? It would be nice to go Fortuna, because then I could go Chaos Angel. Alright, he's got Max C going, so we kind of gotta win right now. Which I don't think we're going to be capable of. Drew into a rose, huh? We need something so we can hurry up and threaten the 0. The 0 is still an issue until I can super poly it. The second Cartesia hits the field. So maybe I just... Oh, but then I don't have a card in hand then. Should I just Black Rose right now? Seems like a we got a Black Rose situation. I think we gotta protect the Power Patron with the Black Rose. Is this a Widow Anchor? I mean, he has to Widow Anchor if it is. It's not. It was Super Poly. Interesting. Unfortunately, we're in an awkward situation where I think I gotta go Lucina now. Oh, he has Droll. He drew into Droll? Are you kidding me? Oh, no, he didn't. It's Ray. Oh, but he didn't activate his 0. That's a problem. So now he can summon another 0. Yeah, that's an issue. I think we might just be out of luck here, huh? We do have Medius still. That doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Like, if I summon Lucina and it gets popped by this, then I just lose, right? Dang it. I think we just gotta try and confuse him. Why can't I activate Super Poly right now? I don't actually know the answer. Yeah, I think we're out of luck. Without Max C, I think we're fine, right? Yeah, we're out of luck here. Why can't I... Why couldn't I Super Poly, though? Oh, because I already Synchro locked. Right. This button is so useful. He just needs to pop Lucina and then he wins. He didn't do it. That's crazy. I don't even win here if I summon, like, I can't really Regina. So maybe I shouldn't have searched Regina. He's actually so lucky right now that my other card is not an Elfnote card. If this had been an Elfnote card, we actually win from here. It wasn't too bad of a try. I think we just got a little bit unlucky with the order that we had to do stuff in. Oh, should I just activate Baron since it doesn't have its negate? Why can't I look at my graveyard? That's so obnoxious. This is kind of interesting. Do they have something for this? They've already used 2 zeros. Do they have more zeros? So I kind of timed myself out here because I spent too long thinking for no reason, but I think there's definitely potential for us to win. Now, did he misplay a little bit? Mostly because he didn't know what the last card in my hand was, so he didn't want to pop Lucina. But if he had popped Lucina, he wins, right? Okay, he's Widow Anchoring this. That sucks. But we knew he had that. Very little I could do about that. Yeah, really the only thing that won him this game was Max C. He actually played in a way where he would have lost if he didn't Max C. What can we make here? I think we just wait. That was bad. I should have just gotten rid of the Ray, right? We obviously lose here, but... Oh, I should have activated... No, I shouldn't have activated. Because he activated first. Right. Oh, I should have activated it on him landing, though, right? So then he can't do this. Oh, well. We got 0 time anyways. Unlucky. Yeah, I should have gotten rid of the Ray before. Okay, the deck's not looking that bad, right? That was a legitimate attempt. I think we had an awkward hand where I feel like a lot of those things probably shouldn't come up. Like, just Regina and no other Elfnotes is really unfortunate. Doesn't really happen a whole lot in this deck, but it does happen sometimes. Okay, we get Effect Veiler. Should I have fallen in the Virtuous this? Probably not, but I could, right? It's a legitimate idea. Do I want to normal summon the Medius? He can have that, that's fine. Let's do this, but I think it doesn't matter because we don't really have another normal summon. That's what I was kind of hoping for. I was hoping for he would bell it. Because we don't actually have to return a card if it gets belled, right? So then I can just normal summon the Medius. And it was all just a bait, and now he realizes that he got played. Now, the bad thing here is... Wow, he actually surrenders. I guess that makes sense. I have at least full Elfnote combo from there. But the bad thing is, if we do the Elfnote play first, then we can't make Dark Dragon with Medius, right? But yeah, that was just like a classic, we out-sequenced him. The reason to activate Medius in the grave there is because it baits out a bell. And we lose nothing out of getting belled there, right? It is really complicated, though, now, because now I don't know what the right play in that situation was. We have Ash Super Poly, huh? I think we just gotta allow that. I don't know, should we have Ash that? No, obviously he already has a 1. Probably already has Rotary in hand. So he's gonna see our Super Poly. He did play into Droll when he didn't need to play into Droll. That's kind of crazy. This would be an example of like a really bad play. He literally did not have to play into Droll at all, but he chose to play into Droll. We already know that he's pretty much going to have everything he wants, no matter what we do. So we might as well save the Ash for the Cool Tune Synchro on our turn. Now we took out Theseus. So now we're gonna see, are these cards that I have actually good enough? But he's obviously gonna get scared of the Super Poly. He's already in a weird spot because he didn't play around Droll. He actually can't play around Theseus. But he doesn't know that I don't have it. I guess he can, technically, if he tributes here and then doesn't summon whatever he's tributing. You already have everything. Why do I care if you're... Unless he's, like, floodgating, but I don't think he is. I think he's just playing straight up Platoon. He is getting an Ash. I guess he wants to Ash Armedius, huh? I think it would be pretty fair to assume that they already would have something like an Ash. So I think trying to stop the queue from summoning something is unreasonable. I swear, it's always Fortuna or the trap card on top. They don't really want to give me either of those, so it's probably going to be Fortuna gets banished and Fallen to the Virtuous goes on the bottom. That would be the smartest play, I think. Fallen to the Virtuous gets banished and they give me Fortuna. I mean, I guess the benefit to that is they know what I'm drawing, but Fortuna's pretty good. So how do we do this? Super Poly currently not active. But if he makes Zaylin, then Super Poly's active, right? Which is kind of what I was thinking. For why Moo Dragon's almost as good as Theseus. We gotta go with this first. And even if he switches this out for an RS... RS and Zaylin are still super polyable. Okay, you got the Ash now. He might not synchro and search clip. I think that's reasonable. He has Mix on top. I'd probably just give him Mix. We're going to save our Ash for one of the synchros. So even if I did have Theseus, there's no good spot to Theseus until he only has 2 monsters, right? So I don't think it's too crazy for me to play it like this, where I just haven't super polyed yet. He does probably want to deal with Fortuna, though. And we know that there's a Mix on top of the deck and a Mix in the grave, so it's very likely he doesn't have a Mix in hand. Which means that he can't just get rid of Fortuna for free. Should I activate the Medius here, assuming that it's going to get negated? So the thing is, here, he's gonna obviously Ash the Medius effect. But then I'm gonna summon a Chaos Angel if he doesn't deal with one or both of these bodies. Okay, I don't know why. Why did you get the Ash if you weren't... If you had Imperm for this? This play doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see if he does anything else. Because right now, he's gonna... If he passes priority to me, he's got a big problem. So this is what I was saving my Ash for. He could still clip, which he seems like he's doing right now. We don't know what he has in hand, so I think it's a really bad idea to Super Poly quite yet. We did kind of like run out of cards in our hand, though. If we Super Poly, we don't get to White Dragon, right? It's a little bit unfortunate. Okay, he's spinning something back. There's the Zaylin. Popping the trap card's kind of unfortunate. I did foresee that coming. So presumably he doesn't have a way to Synchro Summon anymore, right? And his last disruption is Zaylin? So if I just Super Poly now, then it's gone? You're a Thunder. That doesn't help. But I could make here... Make Secretarion out of that, but is that very good? Probably not. Like, we got a lot of options. I don't have Albaz on the field, otherwise I could get rid of a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think we got a Super Poly right now. Sucks to lose the trap card, but I don't think I had a choice. I guess I could have not activated Fortuna, but is that really that great? So it's either Secretarion, but they don't have that many Spellcasters and Dragons. Although I could use his second effect to get me White Dragon back. Is that the play? That's kind of a crazy play, huh? I'm gonna try this. I think the correct play might be to get a Chaos Angel out with both effects. Oh. Yeah, I misplayed that. Because I still have my normal summon. I definitely should have made the Moo Dragon, and then I could have just normal summoned. I guess he probably returns Fortuna, though. Fortuna can't be special summoned again. Okay. I forgot about the Maker. Dang it. By doing the Secretarion play, I gave him an easy card to pick. If I don't do the Secretarion play, then he has to go for the Fortuna, which he might accidentally go for the Medius, right? So I think I should have just done the play that gives him the option to misplay instead. But either way, he should have won there, right? I was kind of in a losing position. It was close, though. Now, would we have been happier with Theseus? I mean, maybe. We could have gotten rid of the remix, right? This is not a very good hand. We're playing against Kashtira, which is pretty much impossible for us to play against, huh? Because Regina just gets eaten alive by Kashtira. hopefully that was a stupid play on his part. Yeah, Regina just kind of dies to that, but if he gets off the field... There's nothing I can do to you, though, right? They really, like, Lucina should not have just been level 6 or lower, right? It should have been, like... Would Lucina be that broken if it was everything? Like, just any face-up monster? Probably not. But... the fact that you can't do Link monsters, you can't do Xyz monsters, just makes it so difficult. This is level 7, I can't do anything to that. Should I maybe consider Reginaing for the field spell? What does this do exactly? This deck is so cancerous, it's ridiculous. I hate Orcust. The question here is, do I maybe Regina whatever this is? But then I'm going to lose my Regina, right? Because he's going to make Dingirsu and send something to the graveyard, and I don't really want to lose my Regina. Like, this deck is just almost unaffected by Droll, which is really obnoxious. So this here... this can be activated more than once per turn. Maybe I could get rid of it in the end phase. So I think we want to make it so this effect is not a quick effect in the grave. This isn't quick no matter what, right? I don't know. Do I go Fortuna in the end phase? I think it's my only good play. But, like, do I save the Power Patron normal summon, or do I save the Welcome Home? That's even tougher, right? I think I have to save the normal summon as much as it hurts me. Oh no, he just had Ash. Like, Orcus players are so bad at the game, it's ridiculous. They just always have the perfect hand. That's so unlucky. How did that card read? The trap card? While you control an Orcus Link monster, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. Like, I have to super poly, but then this is a quick effect. Like, Orcus is just aligned in a way where everything they do counters every card I have, no matter what order I use them in. Maybe I have to ditch the Power Patron and try and summon the Quem, huh? I really want to summon the Quem first, but if the Quem gets negated by the trap, then we are in big trouble. Ah, but maybe I do it like this. There's no good way to do this, right? Everything's wrong. I guess I could have taken into account that then I'd have a 6 that I could make a play with the Power Patron. Oh yeah, they just get to summon another body for free because they messed up. Very intricate and cool gameplay. Should I have maybe just attacked immediately? That was probably the play, huh? Yeah. Maybe if I had attacked immediately, I could have been in a good enough spot. There's no point to play this out. It's just like a bad Orcus player who got to go first. I've never seen an Orcus player go second, legitimately. I think it's just rigged for them because they suck so much that they need the handicap. I said this the last time I saw an Orcus player too. Like, they never go second. It has never happened. I mean, this kind of sucks. We've just gone second like 15 times in a row. Like, what do you want me to do? And of course, like that last guy, we outplayed him horribly, but he just had Ashe in hand, so on top of having triple full combo and could play her through Droll without caring. Yeah, our hand unfortunately doesn't do anything here. Because he didn't make a play. Oh yeah, of course. He probably has like Max C and Fua as well, so I don't know if negating this is good, but... So how should I do this? Because if I activate his effect... then I can't really use the Power Patron this turn at all. If I don't activate his effect and just... Oh, but I can't summon the Power Patron if I do that. So I have to use his effect no matter what, huh? That sucks. Yeah, he just had everything. There was very little I could do here. It's like, obviously I want to make the Dark Dragon, but I think it's probably better for me to just sit on all this stuff. I summoned everything in defense mode, huh? So we can't really go combat. You think there's a chance that if I just summon the Power Patron, I can win? Should I try it? Is this, when can this be activated? During the main phase only. Hello, game? We're gonna try it. Is this the right play? Probably not, but... I think we win, actually. That's just game, right? Does he have something? I don't know, it like paused awkwardly there, but it doesn't really seem like he has something. It didn't, like, his field didn't light up. Alright, we got him. So that is an interesting way to get lethal, right? Like, we did lock ourselves into 8, but we only made the 1 8. And then All we needed was a single search of Lucina, which searches Regina. Was it the wrong play to search Lucina, now that I think about it? The thing is, I don't think we had lethal. If we get drolled is what I'm thinking. If we go Tinia spell used on Tinia to get Regina. And then Fortuna. Well, the trap card should give us lethal there. Plus we could activate the Ecclesia still. Safer play here is probably search with Lucina. We can always Fallen and Virtuous our Lucina, huh? But I don't think we want to here. And obviously that doesn't do anything against Ash. So a weird situation, Artinia doesn't actually need to be tributed because it's already off on the side. We already got ashed, so this can't get ashed anymore. Okay, so here's a situation where, like, I could just go Baron, right? But let's try and do the branded plays. I want to get rid of the Regina, right? Because I'm going to search Fortuna. Yeah. Okay, so now, again, we could still go Baron right now if we really wanted to, but I'm trying to figure out, like, how do we get to Baron after all this, right? And I guess we still can, even with just the Trap card and the Power Patron, huh? Because we haven't activated the Power Patron like we normally would. Which one do we want to do here? Because we could just White Dragon summon Ecclesia. But then how do I get Quem if I do that? I don't, right? So I think I want Quem first. Do I Quem pitch Cartesia or Quem pitch White Dragon? I could summon the White Dragon next turn, though, right? Like, we don't actually need it this turn. And then we can just make Baron right now. Do I pitch Regina here? Or do I pitch Tinia? So the thing I'm realizing is if I kind of had to go White Dragon if I wanted to make a Chaos Angel that's unaffected by everything, right? So there's tons of ways. If we didn't use the Power Patron, there's tons of ways for us to get into Baron still. The question is mainly if we did use the Power Patron. We want to leave the spot open because we have Regina. So you come back. Maybe I should have put Baron up here, actually, just so we had more spots. So before we Strelitzia, Strelitzia is the thing that stops us from fusion summoning. So we probably want to use all of our branded disruptions first. And then swap over to Strelitzia. The only shame is a lot of times you just want to like Tinia them as early as possible, but maybe not. Maybe Tiniaing the last card in hand is also good, because the last card in hand is probably the best card, right? You're usually saving your best card for last. How do we handle this situation? How do you read leaves the extra deck? I think we're gonna let her do that. It's mostly, I don't have the room, actually. Otherwise, I would probably use the trap card to negate that. Do I want to pitch something here? They're pretty immune to Droll. Let's just do this first. I'm running myself out of time. I need to figure out how to actually play out the disruptions on the enemy's turn. So I didn't think about that, using Quem to drop Kit. But they didn't seem to have a way to even make use of that, so maybe that was not even good. Okay, they actually... I should have thought that they were... thought about that they were going to trigger Quem anyway, so I shouldn't have been nervous about triggering Quem. And if they summon anything, then we're going to go ahead and Ecclesia. But are they not activating Quem? Like, why didn't they activate Quem? I don't see a good reason to Droll them. I kind of just want to pitch the Droll, honestly. Ooh, that's a problem. Now, if they have Ash for this, we have Baron to stop it. kind of hoping they wouldn't do it like that. I could take it back, though. I could just use it for this fusion summon. I really wanted to use the Quem, but it's not going to be a possibility now. Dang, now I have to activate the trap card probably, huh? Guess we're dropping Quem now? Spell card. If you don't send a monster... Oh, you did send a monster. Okay, fair enough. They just gave me the Strelitzia back immediately. That seems like a mistake. And now Albaz gets both of these. I still have Baron, and I still have Strelitzia. Whoops. I double-clicked on that so many times. I didn't mean to do it like that, but it is what it is. Okay, he's out of there. He doesn't know I was about to run out of time. But that was pretty legit disruption, huh? Like, that was a lot of work for them to get through that stuff. And I still had more. I still had, Strelitzia summon something, Regina summon stuff. I did get a little bit messed up with, my columns, right? Because I didn't... Like, I think the Baron just needs to be in the extra monster zone. I didn't leave a monster in the middle, so even if Strelitzia summons something, it's not in the middle. But before that, I still wanted to make, probably make Mirror Jade, right? And to make Mirror Jade there, we just have to activate Cartesia, use a White Dragon, and we could use Cartesia as well. Or we could use the No, we can't use the Regina. But we make Albion then, and then Albion activates Banish himself and White Dragon to make Mirror Jade. So we could still make Mirror Jade there to free up space, and then we have Regina, and then we have Strelitzia, right? Or Strelitzia before the Regina. It doesn't matter a whole lot. But yeah, we still had a lot going for us there. That was interesting. I think that was quite powerful. But that was us going first, right? We just kind of got to get like in the flow of how to actually play disrupting our opponent's turn with these cards. This is not very good going second. Especially because if I have to normal summon you... I guess we're just saving you for last, probably, then. Ooh. Well, he's doing that, so he gets drolled before he can... Wait, He doesn't get drolled. Never mind, but he didn't have a play anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I forgot, Izuna doesn't search. It's Jokul that searches, right? Okay, so if we activate something in hand, then Lupus is activatable. But we have Forbidden Droplet to potentially Or Engrave, which the Power Patron's going to activate Engrave. But I'm thinking that this is maybe Force Release. It's either Imperm or Force Release would be my best guesses. So we want to keep them off of making a K9 or a K9 Xyz. Which hopefully we could do that with Droplet. Is this a make Baron play? This kind of feels like a make Baron play to me. Because I think we're just too slow. Because once the Power Patron activates, they're going to start popping off. And we don't like that. It keeps flipping over to him. So I'm thinking that this must be Imperm and not Force Release. So he might negate the Power Patron then, which would maybe be good for him, because then I don't have something that can immediately play with him. But I feel like I activate anyways, because if we have Baron on the field, this turn becomes a lot easier. It's got to be Imperm. Or, I don't know what he would be thinking about if this wasn't Imperm. Like, I really don't want to Black Rose here, right? It seems like a bad decision. Although maybe he's no longer thinking and instead he's just disconnected. Yeah, okay. So far we haven't run in, like, we haven't played enough to see any situations where I'm like, I wish I had this card instead, I wish I had more copies of this, blah, 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 blah. We haven't really been able to run into that yet. And until we do, I don't know, like, what reasonable changes I want to make to the deck. But so far it seems good, like, unlike with the Art Mage, where it kind of seemed like they conflicted too much with each other for it to actually work, this doesn't really conflict very much. I think like one of the first duels, because of the order we had to play in, it felt bad. But other than that, it was fine. This is kind of an awkward hand. I want Regina. So we could get ashed here, but that's why I've just been holding this Power Patron. It seems like he does have ash. Not even going to bother buying that. So let's start with Strelitzia here. Then protect the Power Patron, but he already used Ash, so he could Bell the Regina, I guess. Maybe it would make more sense to protect the Regina, just because he can't Bell the Power Patron, but I always want to protect the better effect no matter what, I think. And then it's probably just Tinio. Does he have Droll? He didn't Droll us earlier? I don't know what he has. Maybe he still has an Imperm? Don't want to do that. So now we make the Dark Dragon. But yeah, I think we are going to realize that there's just not really an opportunity to make the Crystal Dragon ever. But that doesn't necessarily mean the Crystal Dragon... Like I said, it's good against Liger Dancer, right? We Quem, drop Albaz. Can you summon... Can Ecclesia summon from the hand? Where are you, Ecclesia? Hand or deck. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. This wouldn't be a bad imperm for him. Ooh, that's what he's been thinking of? I have to negate that, I think, right? If he has 2 Fuas, then we're out of luck. Why didn't he Fua Regina, then? I think we have to do this. We're just going to summon too much, but if he has a second Fua, I'm going to be sad. He didn't activate another one, so that means he can't use a second Fua now anyways. Oh, he's just out of there. I mean, that was just going to be like a solid game for us. Alright, let's get like one more in right now, and then we'll take a quick break. I'm liking the deck so far. I haven't seen any glaring issues with it. Even that last hand, like that last hand was kind of jank with Cartesia and the regular Fallen of Albaz in our hand, but we had a play on the side, so what on earth is this? Are you kidding me? Okay, this is not the deck's fault, right? Like, the Elfnote deck could have produced this hand as well. Do I draw phase the Mulcharmies here? Kind of feel like I have to. Oh, good. This deck might be able to win without really getting any draws, right? Do I just roll them? But the problem is they're like kind of immune to draw because they're just gonna... Like if he searched this, then he probably already has the other stuff. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think if I don't get draws, I can't win anyways. So we're kind of in a bad situation, right? Like, it's not like I just magically win next turn if he ends his turn here. Okay, Crocea makes it lethal. There's nothing I could do, right? It's just over. Would I have been better off with Droll and Lockbird? Yes. Would it necessarily have won me the game? No. Although he couldn't have made this play if I drolled him. But then he could just summon from the extra deck as much as he wants, right? Like, if I droll, I think I still lose. He's giving us 2 draws. Okay, nothing that can actually interact with him, though. Like, I don't see any way that we live here without, like, drawing Regina. Like, now we have a play. If we somehow survive, we have a play now. But it's not looking good. Is that lethal? No, that's not lethal yet. Unfortunately, we're playing against a completely... Like, if we live, we're playing against a completely uninterrupted Radiant Typhoon board, right? Is popping this again? Does he still have something to summon? Wait, this is not... This part is not once per turn? That's gotta be a mistake, right? You want to keep at least one MST, but preferably two in the... Is that lethal? Wow, that's exactly lethal. Okay, never... I forgot about the 300 attack to everything. Yeah, you got me. Alright, fair enough. He got it. That was smart. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that's where the attack buff comes from. Now I know, but I'll probably forget that by the next time I play Radiant Typhoon. He got to lethal, only giving me one draw. But it was against Fua, right? If I had Max C, then it's a different story. But even if I drew into Max C, that was just unfortunate, right? Not a whole lot I could do there. Completely unplayable first hand. Not at all the deck's fault, because plenty of decks have a card that's not a one-card starter and 4 hand traps, right? I don't think it's absurd to think that that's the case. But so far I'm liking it. I think we got to give it more chances. I couldn't see a card that was glaringly out of place, except maybe Secretarion. We just didn't run into enough branded for it to be relevant yet. And we had the game where I don't think Theseus would have done a better job. Am I crazy for thinking that Theseus would not have won that Cool Toon game either? And it was actually just like, I just didn't have a good enough hand to win it. Now, I did play it a little, like I was saying earlier, I should have given him the opportunity to misplay, and instead I didn't. That's the only thing that I could have done differently, but that's still relying on your opponent misplaying, right? So I'm happy with it so far. I think we're going to play it some more, but that's going to do for this one. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Okie dokie, I got to take a bathroom break and get some more water and stuff, and then we'll probably just keep playing this deck. We need to, like, get all the combo lines down so we're not wasting a whole bunch of time just knowing, like, how to play the deck. So I will be right back, and then we'll play some more duels. Alrighty, I am back. So, yeah, could we think of anything that needs to change right away? I didn't see any glaring things to change. I kind of liked the Theorealize. I thought that it might be a card that isn't relevant in this version of the deck, and I might cut it. But so far, it worked out pretty well for us. So I think we'll keep it for now. That does seem like one that like maybe it could be replaced with like Branded and High Spirits or something. Or maybe just drop them for some imperms. Seems like there's potential there, but let's get back into the dueling, shall we? Yo, what's going on? And welcome back to some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And last one, we debuted our branded Elfnote deck. It's still looking the same as last time, so be sure to let me know if you have any good ideas of ratios or anything that we could change in here to make it more effective. Right now, it seems pretty, it seems like the turn 1 is solid, right? For sure, the turn 1 doesn't have any issues. It might be a reasonable replacement for Fiendsmith stuff. And just giving you, like, about the same number of disruptions, maybe even more disruptions. But I do think that it's probably better going second than Fiendsmith is, but Fiendsmith is not bad at going second, right? That's kind of one of the reasons you want to play it and stuff. So we'll just have to keep experimenting with it, seeing what cards come up that we're like, oh man, I wish I had this card right now, or I wish we didn't have this card and instead maybe had something else. So we'll keep practicing with it and seeing what we can do. So far, haven't seen any situation to use Crystal Clear or Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, but again, he's kind of our only way to kill a Liger Dancer, so maybe we actually do need that. Anyways, let's get back into the duels, and we'll see how it goes from here. I do think so far we've been kind of wasting a lot of time, because not only is Branded complicated, but now we got to figure out how it interacts with Elfnote. So we're wasting a lot of time just sitting there thinking about what we should be doing. But as we get better with the deck, hopefully we can just make plays faster and stuff. It's a pretty good go first hand, assuming that at least one of these goes off. He's definitely got something, probably Imperm or Effect Veiler. He lets this through, though. So we don't need Diffusion Summon in our turn, so locking us is not an issue. I think we'll just save the Medius a little bit here. So we could always use the Medius to get into a Dark Dragon. This could get ashed, actually. Did not. Okay, this gets ashed instead. Now we really don't want a Baron first, huh? What do they even have? They can't Nibiru yet, but they probably have like an Imperm or something. So this is another situation of, do I go Lucina or do I go Fortuna, right? Lucina could just be a free body to get on the board, which is kind of good. Also, I don't need to use up Strelitzia here, huh? Because I have the... I guess it really just matters on what happens if Fortuna gets impermed or not here. How should we do it? Let's do it like this. Because then we could use the Max C. But we're not going to search it all anymore. So we're probably just going to give him a draw and then droll. Because we still want to special summon quite a bit. And then, do I make Baron right now? Probably. Oh, I forgot. Put the Baron up there. Dang it. That was a mistake. What do I do here? I probably just tribute the Medius. So they're like, we're this far into the combo before we even reveal the fact that we're playing branded, right? Is this a summon or Quem? Quem maybe don't drop Cartesia this time? Oh, I forgot. I need to keep remembering. This card always comes back. I remembered it the first time, but I didn't remember it this time. So we do always want to drop Cartesia with this and then just summon White Dragon the second time with that. Ooh. Lava Golem, and they get to put it in the Regina column. But we could tribute it off here, but then we can't summon Strelitzia, which really sucks. I can't actually summon Quem back. But I think this is just safer. Ooh, that's non-target. Do I negate that? I think I do. Oh, but I can't... Ooh. I just realized I can't summon Strelitzia. But this has to go either way. So that doesn't actually negate. That was a mistake, but it is what it is. We're gonna run out of time here. So I think we want to do this immediately. Don't need that. And we're making you. I think we just do this immediately. Okay, we got... yeah, that lava golem was kind of annoying. Was not expecting that. Yeah, I guess since we don't send a whole bunch of the branded extra deck cards to the graveyard on the first turn, maybe we should try and get our deck away to search White Dragon more consistently and then just use him at the end of our turn to send stuff to the grave, essentially. But we're kind of weak to something like a Lava Golem. Because we don't have very much on the field that's impactful. Ooh. I only activated one. It's weird. It didn't ask me to activate the second one, but I don't think I wanted to anyways. We just missed out on one draw, but I think this was potentially better just in case he's got called by. I mean, like, this sucks for a Cool Toon player, right? Like, he's doing all this, he's got to try and play into Fua now. And then he's going to see Super Poly, right? So it's like worst case scenario for him already. Ooh, we do have Regina now. Regina's pretty good against the field spell. But there's not a good way to do it because he already has Mix, so he could just pop our Regina. And then we wouldn't be able to use Fortuna. Okay, that's... I mean, he obviously doesn't want to give us Ash there. Okay, so he ended without making Remix, huh? Do I go for the Regina play then? Or do I do it on my turn? No. Because I'm thinking, like, what if I send something back to hand? But if Regina gets negated, we might be kind of sad about it. I think I should make the play, though. Maybe just force him to have it. Do I send the mix back? Or maybe I just send the Maker back, huh? Maker really messes up their whole play, not having him. Because now it's really hard for them to get to Zaylin. And we actually shuffled our deck, so we didn't even draw Tinia. That's kind of funny. So we'll just save the Max C for a while here. If I search Tinia, though, he's gonna know I didn't draw into it. I feel like some people, like, I didn't think about it, so I'm assuming my opponent also didn't think about it. Do we just immediately go Baron here? We're trying to get to lethal, obviously, right? I feel like Baron helps us get to lethal quickly, especially since we have White Dragon already. Okay. I think I just max C. They're not the same attributes, so there was no way I could wipe his field and make it so he couldn't synchro summon. I guess it would be pretty smart of him to pop the Lucina here. Search his clip. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, he's making Maker. Really? He didn't pop the Lucina, which is kind of a problem, actually. He hit Secretariat. Okay, we don't care about that at all. Should I just normal summon? Well, he has Clip now. I was gonna say just normal summoning the Albaz just locks his whole field down with Super Poly, but it doesn't actually. Hmm. Okay. There's no way I can negate that, unfortunately. And then he's going to be able to pop the trap card. I think I just gotta do nothing, huh? Alright, he's in a really good spot somehow from all this, which really sucks for us. It's making loudness war. If I activate the trap card here, then he activates Loudness War to pop it before it goes off. That's kind of an interesting play. But do I just have lethal if I just super poly here? I think I do. Okay, he's out of there. We still have White Dragon and Tinia. So we should be able to still just make a lot of stuff and overwhelm him, even if he can make like an RS, maybe? Would we have a way to deal with an RS? I actually don't know if we could still deal with an RS. We could probably figure out a way, right? Well, we could Ecclesia, Albaz, Fusion with it. Probably. Because we'd need to deal with it twice, essentially, right? Because it's probably too big for us to attack over. I do wonder if we could, like, maybe play SP. Because we run into a lot of situations, like, especially in that duel, where we had a lot of cards that we couldn't get off the board. Because I had already normal summoned. This hand is not great. But it looks like we're going to be doing this play then, huh? Oh, he's out. He doesn't even know what I'm gonna do. What do you mean? You see someone playing Elfnote and they make Dark Dragon off of Medius and the Power Patron and you immediately scoop? Are you kidding me? You don't want to see what's happening there? I don't know. Are a ton of people playing this deck? I feel like probably not. Also, he let us go first that last duel. So, like, why did he let us go first if he didn't actually have a plan going second? Ooh, this is the kind of hand you don't really want to see. We got Max C, though. Okay, so this case, when we didn't use Dark Dragon for Quem, it seems reasonable to send the White Dragon. But he's thinking about Imperm or Effect Failure. So I feel like we're probably playing around against Exo Sisters. Would be my best guess. No, we're playing against Branded. That's unfortunate. Okay, there's Aluber. Do I negate the Aluber here? Or do I let that go through? I gotta let that go through. He goes Branded Fusion, which I'll be able to Quem off of that. And he can't just go Mirror Jade straight up. So we have a little bit of wiggle room. Where we might be able to just droplet whatever he summons here, plus the Aluber. Assuming that the Quem gets its effect off to summon this guy. Ooh, but I won't have anything to discard for the Albaz then. I guess I don't need to negate the Aluber. We could just use the Quem. Does he not know what he's doing, or what's going on here? Just, like, make Albion, right? Why not? He is thinking way too long about this. What do we do? Okay, we're making Albion. Yeah, alright. So Quem. And then I think I'm just dropletting. He's dropletting. which is bad for me, actually. Because then when the white dragon actually comes out, he's... Oh, wait, no, he won't have anything to negate if I droplet. What did he... Oh, Branded Sword was activatable. I was like, what is possibly activatable? Because it can't be a monster. Alright, so the only problem is Albion for sure gets to go off because of this. Which is going to be a Mirror Jade. Mirror Jade is going to be an issue if he activates it immediately on the effect of the White Dragon. Because then Ecclesia's not going to be able to go off. And honestly, it just pins us down in general if he makes Mirror Jade here. Because he could just wait for our Albaz to activate. Wait, what? You're making another Albion? Oh, Secretarion. Ooh, okay. That's really bad. I'm not actually playing Alba Lenatus in this deck. Otherwise, we'd be in a fine spot. Secretarion really messes up our whole deck. Like, I can't, even if I draw into an Elfnote play, I can't use it. What are we getting back? Branded Fusion, you already used that. I guess if he does something, though, we could always Fuwa. He's not doing anything, though. Yeah, I think it's going to be too tough to get through all that. Super Poly, though. Not activatable, but if I summon Albaz, it will be. This guy's a dragon, huh? So I can't make my own Secretarion. Could, in theory, make Albion. And then make Secretarion out of that. But I won't even be able to, like, summon anything because I have, like, no resources. So do I just need to go this? Is there an Ecclesia monster? There's no Ecclesia monsters anywhere. How's that possible? 2 branded decks and there's not a single Ecclesia monster? Could also make Mirror Jade. I don't know. I'm not smart enough at branded. What's the right play? Is it to Albion? Also, I guess now maybe is a good time to learn. If I set Albaz, can I Super Poly? Yes, yes I can. So it would have been a good time for Alvolanetus, but... Oh my gosh, he had a second drop. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. And now I don't have a way to get the Albion into the grave. If there wasn't a Ecclesia monster somewhere, then it would have been right to go for the other one, right? But there just wasn't. So what was I supposed to do? And even if I had Typhon, like, that doesn't help me. That's just unlucky. I had such a bad hand compared to him. And honestly, if he didn't Secretarion, we might have just been fine as well. And if he didn't have a second droplet, actually, we probably would have been fine as well. But we're just dead. He's got Branded Fusion. He's got Fallen in the Virtuous. I can't imagine he can't figure this one out. Well, he might be low on time. He spent his first turn, like, not doing anything for a very, very long time. So if he can't actually win this turn, then he might be in a bad spot. Like, obviously it seems right to surrender, but I think this guy might be in a time crunch. So I don't think he's going to figure out how to win. He's playing Tragedy? Okay, so the Lubellion can't attack. Where is that? Oh, that's problematic. That makes it so I have no follow-up at all. It's so unlucky. Like, this guy is so bad at the game, but we just had such a horrible hand that we couldn't even play. Like, we didn't have a single Elfnote card, right? And we had, like, what are the odds that we get our Garnet Albaz in our opening hand, plus Quem, which is a normal summon that doesn't make a big play, plus 0 Elf Notes? It's just very, very unlikely that that will ever happen. Should I go for the Tinia play first? Ooh, you don't have a choice, huh? If you press Special Summon, then you have no choices. We don't need this Tinia, so I could tribute the Medius to make a play. Okay, that gets ashed. I could send this Tinia back, I guess, if I wanted to still just make the Dark Dragon play. That's probably better, right? Really? Wait, that was all public information? It was literally all public information, and he still ashed the welcome after attributed medias. Okay, this is quite the hand. So we have Fallen in the Virtuous to dodge stuff. I need to figure out, like, is it better to go for the Medius play first? Because now I need the middle column, right? To make the Medius play. But surely it can't be, because then if Medius gets dealt with, then I'm in a really bad spot. Okay, it's been Fua this whole time. This seems like a just make Baron play, right? Oh my gosh. I took Dragster out. This would be like a situation where I should maybe be making Dragster. He just happened to draw into that effect Veiler. Do I give him the 2 summons to make Dark Dragon? If I want both of these... I could just tribute off the Fortuna. Or use it to make Chaos Angel with Medius. Give me a Lucina. Okay, so we get a trap card set up. Oh wait, you can add to hand, right? Should I have added to hand? No, probably not. I should have put this in the extra monster zone, but it's okay. Okay, so now we have both of these Chaos Angel effects, at least. Let's get Tinia out here. Do we give him one more draw to make Dark Dragon? And then just save the Dark Dragon effect for next turn? I think we probably do. I should have put the Tinia in defense as well. Actually, it could be a clear wing game. Can she summon from deck or graveyard? I don't have anything in the graveyard right now, but there's potential there. We're just hoping we don't get, like, Lava Golem, I guess. But yeah, the Tinia should probably be in defense, but I could always swap it out for Regina. Surely he already just has everything that he wants. Like, he's got way too many things. I think all of his searches are probably baits. So what we want to do is when the Q comes out, we want to negate the Q, immediately go into Albaz. Albaz, get rid of his whole field. But if I negate the Q with the trap, then I don't have anything to protect the Albaz from actually going off. That might be... Maybe I shouldn't do that then? Maybe I just don't negate the Q, huh? And then I pop with Fallen and the Virtuous, whatever he summons. Ooh, he just already has everything, huh? Dang it, no one even plays that card. It's so incredibly lucky that he has it. Oh, I guess I should have done it right away, huh? But I think it still would have came out with the same result. Ooh, he just had Ash for it. That sucks. Should I go Regina before he can even do anything? I think I should. Before he gets to Zaylin and then could just negate all my stuff. Ooh, he gets to banish the Albaz. That sucks. I don't think it would have made sense to tribute the Lucina, because I really want to summon Lucina. To send this Maker back. What do you search? Another Synchro. Oh, I summoned you in attack? I didn't mean to do that. But I can still tribute it off. It's not that big a deal yet. Okay, so when he does that, we could fall in and Virtuous that. Oh, he just immediately made RS. That's fine, we don't care about that. We do care about that, though. Might as well just tribute you, huh? Really? I mean, that sucks. Not much I can do, though. I think we just lose off of that. That was very unfortunate. We can't act. Well, we can wait till the battle phase, activate this, and then we might be okay. Still has another normal summon too, right? Yeah. If he makes back-to-back, though, the back-to-back can also just get blown up. He actually timed out. What a loser. He did. I don't think he knew that he couldn't actually win. Like, there's literally 0 chance he could win that turn no matter what he does. Because once he enters the battle phase, Fallen and the Virtuous can stop any play he wants to make. But at that point, I don't want to... Because his only win con is to just keep attacking over Lucina, right? It's indestructible by card effects and battle. Card effects from the spell card and battle from the Chaos Angel. So he just has to beat over it as hard as he can. But I think to do that, like, RS is going to hit pretty hard, but it's only like 2,200 damage. The Crackle's only going to hit for like 1,300. And then even if he synchros to get back-to-back out, I can just pop the back-to-back with Fallen and the Virtuous, and then he has nothing, right? Because Fallen and the Virtuous is only in response to monster effects. And if he tries to do that, he loses. If he doesn't try to do that, then I probably just pop the RS at a different time. Like the end phase or my draw phase or something. We probably have to do this, huh? I mean, I could special summon Lucina, but doesn't really help me that much. This is a play where I don't actually need Tinia, so I might go for Lucina no matter what. No reason to go for Baron quite yet, so let's go Strelitzio. He might be disconnecting as well. Yeah, he is. But I was planning on going into the branded stuff with that, so... Which I suppose... Maybe I should just go Baron anyways. I'm realizing now that anytime I can go Baron, I could probably just go Strelitzia into Dark Dragon afterwards anyways, right? So maybe I should just always try and get into Baron first as well. This is not what you want to see. We have to tribute the trap card? Are you kidding me? Tributing the trap card is like a death sentence. but it kind of seems like I gotta do it. Yeah, the trap card is just so good. You can't grab from the graveyard, right? They really should have made her be able to grab from the graveyard. And her deck. Yeah, we gotta play around Droll, so we go Tinia. Which we're probably just gonna end up with almost everything except for the trap card. Again, gotta start putting Baron up there, probably. Ah, and we won't be able to get Strelitzia back next turn, which kind of sucks, but it might be okay just because the branded plays are pretty good. Yeah, the one bad thing is we didn't get to use Quem's effect to get Cartesia back immediately, but... Is this heroes? He's got, like, all the hero gear. Not a whole lot I could do about that, huh? Because if I pop him with Baron, it doesn't really help me. Oh, he did have to normal summon that, actually. Because I have set cards. Do I Baron it? I think I do. I forgot he couldn't normal summon that because he doesn't have MST in the grave. Now he might have MST in hand or a way to search it already, which then maybe makes this play bad. Yeah, maybe that was the wrong play. Surely he has a way to get MST in the grave no matter what. Sheena. Ooh. And this just puts everything back automatically, so I can't even play around this, right? I don't know if there was going to be a good way for me to be able to play around Sheena. I guess I could have, if I had done this first, maybe he Sheena's and then I Baron that, but surely he's trying to play around that the whole time. That kind of sucks as well. If he sends this guy for the droplet, which he might do, then I could use the called by. Actually, I can use the called by anyways here. Wait, what? Why did it... Oh, because he sent a spell? Oh. And a monster. Gosh dang it. Should I have done this? I don't think there was any way for me to do it first before Crocea, because Crocea triggers on being searched. Do I use the Quem or do I use something else? I think I use the Quem just so I can keep the Regina on field, right? Or do I use both so then they can't attack over me? He still has the MST, so he could still just resummon that stupid other bird. Dang it, there just wasn't a whole lot I could do this match. I guess I just shouldn't have activated Baron there. I got baited by the fact that he used his normal summon. But at least if he doesn't have another spell or trap, then he can't activate the MST, presumably. Which means that maybe he can't resummon this, so then maybe we're still playing the game. Oh, this guy only summons from the hand. I thought he summoned from the grave. Is this only the other one that summons from the grave? He could summon from the grave if MST is activated. Definitely, if he had an MST to chain there, he probably should have chained it. I don't know what he has, though. This guy's already been used. They still get to make a whole bunch of stupid plays that they shouldn't be allowed to make, but... yeah, he can get over Lucina now. I don't know, this is almost a surrender angle. It's like, what the heck am I supposed to do about this? He does have to discard... oh, he was searching MST. He wasn't drawing 2 discarding. Yeah, this is just too much, right? Ah, dang it. And it just all comes from the fact that, like, none of this play even works if I'm not set in the worst possible situation where I have to tribute the trap to even play the game, right? Like, that's almost never going to happen, and it's the only reason that he even has a tiny chance of winning this. Like, the Baron thing doesn't matter if I didn't have to make the worst play possible in the Elfnote deck. Well, they seem to have the perfect cards, as always. Oh, we got Super Poly, so it's not the end of the world. It's pretty bad, though. And, like, Branded isn't even playing any of the other stuff that could stop a Max C, so they have to get incredibly lucky to stop a Max C. Does he already have Cartesia? Yeah, okay, he just had a perfect hand. But this hand gets hit really hard by Super Poly. Surely we're just summoning this, right? He's probably gonna have a Fallen and the Virtuous as well, which unless I get another Elfnote card, I'm not gonna be able to play through it. Could also maybe just make Secretarion, especially if he doesn't have the Albaz anymore. You didn't make a dragon? You made a second spellcaster? Are you kidding me? He's bringing it back though, right? Is he gonna pop the Grangrenol here? Because then he gets to set a Fallen and a Virtuous or a Branded Sword. I assume he already has a Fallen and a Virtuous set. Or the Branded Sword already set. We just have to assume he has everything. Two Lucinas. Do I try to pop the Quem first? Or do I Super Poly first? I don't think I can Super Poly twice, right? Not really gonna be an option. I think I just gotta make this, because it's unaffected and it gets rid of everything. But another Super Poly for next turn would be so good. Did he send anything this turn? I guess I probably need to get rid of the Grangrenol, because otherwise it's going to be annoying. Oh, but the other issue is Lucina here. Can't be special summoned twice, huh? So he's just gonna pop it before I can even search. It's so unfortunate. Why'd I have to draw two of the same card? Should I activate my Fallen and the Virtuous? Rindrum. Oh, are you kidding me? That's so annoying. I think I just lose, like, this was just unplayable. My hand is all just a bunch of duplicates. I guess I could consider normal summoning the Lucina, but I'm pretty sure I lose if I do that too. This has to be... I also didn't realize this guy could summon this, but in either graveyard, field or graveyard. So if he tries to jump off, I have to pop it, huh? Just to keep myself unaffected. Maybe he doesn't know how to out this thing? I mean, it's fair. I don't know if I know how to out it. Although if he has Titaniclad, that outs it. Which I'm pretty sure he can make here with this field. Or wait, no, he can't. He needs a 2,500 or higher, right? But if he just makes Albion, then he can make it. Ooh, if he shuffles himself back, can he do that? Yes, he can. Ah, yeah, that's kind of bad for me. Does he win here? He's just gonna have too much, right? Like, I didn't even have the chance to set up anything because I have 2 Lucinas instead of drawing a real hand. And my Max C got negated, so I didn't have any cards at all to play going second. Just like if I hadn't drawn Max C and actually had a playable card instead, I'd probably win. Does this guy not already activate this turn? I guess not. Not lethal, but he sent Albion, right? Yeah, so he's gonna set another Fallen in the Virtuous, but he only has 1 Fallen in the Virtuous left. This already activated this turn, at least. See, it's time, like... It would have been better for me to use the Lucina, right? And keep the second Super Poly, but, like, even then... It didn't matter, because I didn't have another card in hand to use for the Super Poly. Surely I didn't actually want to set that. That was a mistake. I should have just added it back to hand, because the second the turn changes is when it actually matters. So we know this is a Fallen in the Virtuous. This, I don't know. It could be a sword or a Branded Fusion. Or not Branded Fusion, Super Poly. This card, I think, counts as a Fallen of Albaz for Sword. Why'd I have to draw another dead card? Like, this game is just being ridiculous. I just keep drawing dead cards. And he gets to use Rinbrum again, which is ridiculous. I don't know, do I just have to summon the Albaz and hope that I can get its effect off? Because other than that, I guess I could Quem. But, like, what am I doing with Quem, right? The second I activate this, I think he checkmates me because he has Rinbrum. I think I gotta try. Okay, I'm not sure why he let me do this again. Do I send this now so I can send multiple things back? No, I think it has to be this, just so I can get another Fallen in the Virtuous. He just had everything, like... It's just not fair. Like, I needed this Quem effect, right? Not the first one, I needed the second Quem effect. But, you know, we do get Fallen to the Virtuous again. He's already used all his. I still have one left. This is in the end phase, so Equasia's not activatable. Do I do this before Equasia can be activated? Potentially not a bad idea, but I could also do it if he activates Equasia and use it on the Albaz, right? Ooh, I see. Yeah, maybe I should have just done it, because now he can resummon the Dark Dragon again. Oh, that can also do my cards. Oh, I guess I just lose then. So cool. It's just so stupid, like... If I didn't have the worst hand in the world and he had a perfect hand, I literally beat him so easily. But I have one play on my turn? That's so unlucky. And he just happens to have Ash for the Max C, like... He gets like triple lucky, and he gets to go first, and sucks at the game. But he gets everything handed to him on a silver platter. I should have used it early, gotten back the Equasia. The dragon that devours. And hoped that he couldn't out it. But still, like, oh my gosh. Just another unplayable hand that has nothing to do with this deck. I don't even know what to drop with Super Poly, because I need the Power Patron. Oh my god, and it's a loser playing this retarded deck. Oh my lord. By the way, these cards say, like... and if you do... You can, like, only special summon face down for the rest of the turn. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this except face down. It should just say you can't summon the turn you activate this except face down. I shouldn't activate anything. I should just assume he has the whale already. Oh, I can't droll though, right? He just negates it if I droll. Like, it's just impossible to play against this deck. Because they just get everything given to them. It's so stupid. What a garbage deck. Like, he hasn't revealed the whale a single time, so I have to assume that he already said it. It's just such an unfun strategy. Like, this just needs to be straight up banned from the game. How do you get the counters? I don't actually know where the counters come from. Does it come from this? Like, I have to activate, right? Because he's just gonna floodgate me if I don't. I guess I should have drolled him. So does this guy, like, he has no restrictions on him? Just if you ever activate anything, you lose the game? Guess I should have just rolled, but this is like just such cancer. Like they can't be super polyed, you can't do anything. And I just drew nothing. You gotta be kidding me, right? It's another non-duel because I didn't draw a single playable card the whole match. And he drew a perfect hand, as usual. I'm actually gonna D-rank? That's crazy. I've been winning so much, I lose 2 duels in a row and now I'm D-ranking. And it just keeps putting me second over and over, or giving me a completely unplayable hand. Like, how do you want me to win if the game is broken? Like, just watch this guy have Ash again. He's got like less than a 5% chance to have Ash, and watch him always have it. And of course, he has the perfect card to play around Fua as well. Like, it's just actually insane how much it just gives these people. Like, we have to assume he has a Super Poly set. We know he has a Fallen and Virtuous set. Probably has a Branded Sword set as well. And now he gets to use Quem as well. And I just don't even have, like, a legitimate play to make against this, because he's just going to Super Poly me. But I did just draw a Super Poly, huh? That's interesting. Do I activate Theorealize, or do I just drop it? I think I need all my other cards. How does this read? He does get to special summon back something. Although I could Secretarion, but he's just going to blow up the Secretarion, so that doesn't make any sense. If we can get rid of all the Ecclesia monsters... but it'll be activatable no matter what, right? Maybe we just get rid of these two. Well, this is not great, but I guess we gotta try it. He set that before he set the second Fallen and the Virtuous, right? Or he didn't set a Fallen and the Virtuous, he just activated the other one. Yeah, there's nothing really I can do about that. Guess we gotta lock ourselves into 8s, huh? Fortunately, I don't have a second one of these. I assume you can summon it more than once per turn. I don't know what the right play is. Like, if I could get off the Secretarion... But he's just gonna have another Fallen in the Virtuous, probably, right? Let's try. Hey, how's it going? I If I had another one of these right now, I think I just auto-win. Assuming I can protect the Albaz, which I cannot. Dang it, you just had everything. Like, what am I supposed to do? There was nothing I could have done. Like, he could have super polyed me whether or not I went for that play, right? Well, I guess if I synchro summoned, he probably wouldn't. Would he have been able to? Oh my gosh, of course. That's stupid. And of course, only because he has two of these, and I don't. I can't believe they really just gave me 3 unplayable games in a row. This is just so ridiculous. I should probably just surrender. Like, I almost beat this guy, but he just got too lucky again. Yeah, it's just ridiculous how lucky he got. And now we D-rank. Because I got a game where I couldn't even play going first at all. Not one single card could be played. And then 2 going seconds where I just barely lost. And it's only because they had perfect hands and I had terrible hands. And we go second again, of course. Gotta make sure we go second 5 times in a row, every single time. And we have a terrible hand for going second as well. And they have a perfect start. Of course they do. Well, I'm gonna go fill up my water, I guess, because there's no use even watching this. How is this guy still not done with his turn? Like, how dumb are Sky Striker players? You literally just set 5 and pass. That's all you do. Alright, how should we go about this? It's gonna be kind of tough, huh? Do we lead off with the Ecclesia play? Because, like, surely Albaz is gonna get negated, right? Or do I keep the Ecclesia on the field? Should I just have made Baron there? That might have been a big play. That activating. Well, he let me activate, huh? I have a feeling it's going to be difficult to get to the Power Patron, so I might just search it. But I did kind of want the Albaz in the grave so I could summon the Cartesia. So that might be too greedy. Do I really negate that? Just so I could keep the Baron on the field at least? Like, who plays Ogre in a Sky Striker deck? Is this guy stupid? It literally doesn't work with your deck at all. If I do this first... Problem is, if he has another Widow Anchor, I think I lose. Does he also have Ash? Okay. Here's a tough one. Do I summon this guy just in case he gets rid of one of them? Yeah, I think I do. Why does he get to return 2 there? He only did 4 cards. It says for every 3. He didn't do... Oh, because it's 4 plus 4? Is that how it works? Like, what a bunch of garbage. I kind of want to keep the welcome. Might as well send this then. We just ran out of time. This guy is just trying to cheat by holding on every single possible thing. Just trying to make it impossible for me to make quick plays so he actually has a chance to win. We gotta go this, I think. Oh my god. He was literally just flickering that Eagle Booster effect over and over so I couldn't actually ever make fluid plays, even though the Eagle Booster does nothing. What a cheater. Sky Striker players are just losers too. Yeah, he's got like Max C and Fua. Of course, the one game I'm going first where I actually have a playable hand, he has everything he could possibly want. Yep, there it is. I think I just have to assume that he also has Max C. Either way, I could search the Fortuna, right? I think I just do this. Yeah, this sucks. We're gonna have to make just Baron pass. I could give him 2 more draws and make Dark Dragon, but surely that's not worth it, right? And I can't make Chaos Angel. Of course, just a perfect opening hand as usual. What else do you expect? I think we have to just keep this alive. I assume he has Droplet though, so I think he would only do this if he had Droplet. What I want to do is, I'm assuming this is Radiant Typhoon, obviously, so when he activates Visions, I want to Tinia off of the Visions, and maybe we'll hit whatever He wants to discard? I don't know. Called by. That's tough. I still will get to Tinia. Well, I can't use Tinia if it's negated, though. Wait, why did... What? Oh, because it didn't summon the monster, so it doesn't count? That's cancerous. I think I just wait and super poly this, right? Maybe. It's kind of tough, because it means I can't use Regina. I think we just have to get rid of that and then super poly, right? Ah, well, maybe I just Baron this guy? Ah, there's just so little I can do here, right? I think he has Droplet. So, like, I don't know how to play. They just always have a perfect hand. Yep, he just had Droplet. Do I just super poly this anyways? Make it so the Baron can't be negated, so then this search... He must need this search, right? The search must be, like, imperative. Well, I mean, some things got negated here, some things didn't. Like, if he just has one of the things that searches MST in hand still, then he still just wins. Yep, he just has a perfect hand. Like, what do you want me to do? All I could do is hope that he doesn't have a Radiant Typhoon card or a Quick Play spell, but surely he does because he's choosing. He must have drawn another MST as well? Oh my goodness. It's just, this deck is such a luck sack deck. It's so unfun to play against. Oh, cool. I'm going to drop another rank. I'm going to lose 2 ranks in 4 duels? Like, the last duel was the only one I actually got to even play at all, and he FUA'd me. This time I don't get to play again. I don't even have playable cards in my hand. Not one playable card. This is actually insane. I have, what, like 25 one-card starters in this deck? And of course, I just happen to play against a deck that's completely immune to Droll. So that's cool. Like, I can't play through Interruption with a single card, even if I do draw one. Like, if this is Horn, then I think I just lose. It is Horn. Oh, it's not. It's even better. Congratulations. Cool. Like, this is just ridiculous. They're just, like, trying to lose me games with this garbage. That's 5 duels today where I've just had unplayable hands going first. Like, couldn't play a single card, and there's... it's gotta be, like, 21 card starters in this deck. Because we have all the Albaz stuff, all of that's 1-card starters. All the Elfnotes are 1-card starters except for the Power Patron. Maybe I should have summoned Tinia in case he has Max C, but like... I guess I drolled myself. Oh my gosh, it's this AIDS deck. Still don't actually know how to beat this deck going second. Oh, yep, he just had Max C. Of course he did. Do I keep the Albaz or do I send the Albaz back? Oh boy. We make Baron first? I think we do, right? Oh, I was like, why can't I send Medius? Because he can't be sent to the grave anymore. But, like, Elfnote can't interact with any of this garbage. I can make Chaos Angel. Is there no way for me to make Dark Dragon? I can with Albaz, right? Or I can make Chaos Angel with Albaz is what I mean. But I can't send... Like, this needs to send as well, right? Yeah, that needs to send to the graveyard. I just... In such a messed up position. We didn't use Regina effect yet, right? The second one. So I guess we do this. Do I make Crystal Wing maybe instead on this? Just because, like, Albaz stuff doesn't really do anything to them. Whereas, like, Crystal Wing might be able to do something to them. Do I want a Regina in the draw phase as well? Or maybe I, like, wait until these have both popped something and then I Regina, so then the options are lower. Maybe I do this right now, then. Because I want stuff on the field to tribute off. And this is forever, it doesn't change, right? So... feel like that's probably not what we wanted to hit, but... Is there any way for me to interact with this stuff? If I negate, summon... I think I do this. Get Fortuna here. Actually, I could get Strelitzia first, but let's just go Fortuna. I'm running out of time here. And then when he does another one, I can Fortuna it back. Or Fortuna the field spell. Surely he can't do that again, right? And we Baron this. Okay. Thank God. Oh my gosh, we lost so many ranks from those 4 games. I can't believe you could lose 2 full ranks in 4 games. That's so unfair. Especially because you definitely can't gain that many in 4 games, no matter what you do. What do we got here? Seems like he has Imperm or Valor. Didn't use him if he does. Might have Ash as well. Is there anything I can do about Ash? Not really. Doesn't have Ash, huh? Ooh. Well, there was no way I could play around that, so... Now I can't make Baron no matter what. Does he also have Ash? Oh, he also has Imperm. Wow. Well, at least we got Super Poly, I guess. We can maybe hit him with a big dragon that devours the Dogma. And we do get the set Fallen in the Virtuous. Okay, he's out of there. I mean, we had a lot for everything getting negated. Yeah, maybe we do need to play High Spirits. Because it seems like if we could ever get the White Dragon into our hand, even at the end of the turn, it's pretty good. And I think a lot less people are playing Droll right now. Like, maybe I shouldn't even be playing Droll. The branded players aren't really playing Droll. I think I try to Droll here. And if they negate it, then I can max C, right? Yeah. We just hope they don't also have Ash. If they had Called by and Ash, that's crazy. And then we just drew Ash. Do I Ash the Izano? I kind of feel like I do. I don't know what else is a lot better to Ash, but he's already under max C, so like... Oh, this is why he didn't want to get Drolled. Alright. Because he has cards that search cards that search cards. Still gets to make Ripper. Ooh. Does he still get to make Ripper? Unfortunately, this sends Fortuna to the grave, though. And with Fortuna in the grave, we're gonna be sad. And I won't be able to get the trap card anyway. I think we gotta stop the Ripper, though. Wait, he has something now? What does he have? Oh, maybe this? But it would... Surely he doesn't have the second effect, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, that'd be crazy. If he did have the second effect, he could stop me from swapping. So we know he has Mad Love in hand, and no Earth, presumably, because he would have activated this. Well, now he has an Earth, but it's Holly Sue. There's Albaz. This defense, or this stat change is permanent? This seems bad, right? You're just putting the Lucina back in my hand that I can just summon for free? Okay. Cool stuff. Anyways. Okay. Is any of this Holly Sue's stuff activatable? I kind of don't think it is. We don't know what that other card is in hand, right? Do I Regina again? Okay, he's out of there. That was some questionable play. But it did work out that we sent the Holly Sue back. We had a lot of options there. I was just trying to figure out like what the best option was. Well, we're going second again. I should probably wrap this one up here. Here we have a chance to get back up a rank. Not a terrible hand, but it's not fantastic. Okay. Do I end phase this? Because then I could do it again. That way, if he has like a Fua or a Maxi, he's got to choose if he wants to use it now. He has Perulia, so that gives him a guaranteed 1 draw. But this is during his end phase, so I don't know if he really wanted that 1 draw that badly. What do I go for here? There's lots of options, right? This would let us make Baron immediately. What? I guess that he's in the same boat as me, huh? He's just super tilted. You know, fair. Honestly, me too, buddy. Me too. Let's see what he was playing, at least. What? 60 card heroes? He deserved to lose anyways. So what happened here? Oh, I guess we lost a lot, huh? I actually lost 7 duels in a row. That's rough. Where did we start today? Did we start before this? I don't remember where we started. We did a lot of duels today. I mean, we still probably won more than we lost, but we lost a lot in a row. I thought we lost less than this. Unlucky. But anyways, what did we figure out? I still don't know what to change about the deck. Like, is High Spirits the play? Because it's so easy for us to High Spirits? It also, like, Secretarion was not... He just doesn't seem that good. If you're playing against a Branded player, yes, he shuts down Branded, but they always have Fallen and Virtuous, right? So they always just have an easy out to it. So I feel like Secretarion's not it. And I didn't see, like, any of those Cool Tune duels. It didn't really seem like, the Theseus was better than what we had, right? Like, all the opportunities to super poly a Cool Tune player, a lot of times you could find it with some of these other cards like this, or Moo Dragon here. So I don't know if this card is actually that good anymore. So then what do we want to change here? Like, I'm really tempted to put in a second Grangrenol. I did really want a second one of these, but I'm never summoning the Grangrenol. Hold up. Like, in this deck, I'm pretty much never summoning the Grangrenol. The only reason to summon the... Well, there's 2 reasons to summon the Grangrenol. One is it could give us a way to send, like, Albion to the grave. 2 is we could technically send Fortuna to the grave, But that's never a good play, right? Because Fortuna's the only one who could get us the trap card that brings back cards from the grave. Because Grangrenal can only send lights and darks, and none of the other Elfnotes are light or dark. So I think 1 Grangrenal and 2 of you. And then how do we play High Spirits? Like, what do I change to play High Spirits? Like, do I get rid of the Theorealize? I kind of liked the Theorealize. There was only that one duel where it was kind of unfortunate that the Medius couldn't be tributed because he came from the graveyard. But other than that, the Theorealize seemed to be doing pretty well. And I think the Droplet performed in almost every situation. If I had more Droplets, maybe I should consider crafting more of those. Do I cut like Lucina? That feels kind of bad to play more High Spirits. What about the Cartesia? What do we think about the Cartesia? Because I tried to do Cartesia like setups, but usually like people are surrendering before I even have a chance to activate the Cartesia on their turn. And it is technically like 1 more interrupt, being able to go into Mirror Jade. But are we ever actually going to do that? Because so far the answer has been no. But I don't want to get rid of hand traps. I think we're already like bare minimum on hand traps. So I don't think that's the play. Who's this guy, by the way? Oh, Magic-y card. So what do we do? I don't know. We're going to have to think about it because I feel like High Spirits would make the deck so much better because everything combos with High Spirits, right? All of the Elfnote cards except for this. Wait, do we have a Fiend? I don't think we have a Fiend, right? That has to be a level 8. The Fiend would be Quiritis, which we're not running. So, like, yeah, Power Patron doesn't work with it. But all the Elfnotes do. Medius does not, but Medius already gets to the branded stuff, so that's not that important. Although, if Medius worked, maybe I should run a level 8 fairy like Deactorus. Just so Medius... Because if Medius gets discarded by High Spirits, we could still use Medius, right? I need to look for a good level 8 fairy that can be used with High Spirits, because I think a Medius in High Spirits is actually a really good play, because it doesn't actually remove the Medius from our hand. Or it doesn't remove the Medius from being used, it does remove it from your hand. I need to figure that out. I'm sure that we can maybe find a spot for this. And like, we didn't summon Hyper Librarian a single time. This is obviously like, if everything goes wrong and the Power Patron gets negated so we can't make an 8, it would be really nice to be able to make a 5. Like, we're not dead if we can make a 5. But it's never happening, right? Like, it just hasn't been a point at all. We end up in too many situations where I can't even use the Medius or the Synchro Summon anyways, because I've already made some Elfnote plays and the middle zone is clogged up. So maybe Hyper Librarian's not it. So maybe I get rid of him, look for a level 8 Fusion Fairy, and then figure out what I could drop. I'm thinking 2 High Spirits. What I could draw, or do I just play 42 cards? Probably not, but maybe. I don't know. I'm going to need to think about it, so we're going to leave it off there. And hopefully next time we'll be streaming again on Monday. I'll have figured out what I want to do. We do also have other decks built, like I edited the branded deck, so maybe we could go back to that. And I did work on a branded Draco Tail deck that we can also try out. But I do like this deck. I think this deck is pretty good. But I'm not sure if it's actually better than just pure branded, right? I do think that it might be better than just Like, I don't know. Maybe it's equal to Elfnote Fiendsmith. It seems like it might be equal to Elfnote Fiendsmith. So I mean that I don't feel too bad about it if that's actually the case, but otherwise maybe just playing pure branded would be better. Anyways, I'm gonna figure it out. Those are the changes that I'll be looking to make, figuring out what cards we can actually drop, and we'll be streaming again on Monday. So if you want to see what we've done to the deck, then be sure to check it out. And that's gonna do for this one. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Okay, I mean, we went super long on the last one. I got tilted. It happens. We'll be back on Monday. Hopefully, it'll go better. I don't think we were playing that poorly. Elfnote is Elfnote, right? What does that mean? Did I say that? I don't think I said that. That sounds like fake news. You think that every variant of Elfnote is the same? I don't think that's true at all. Like, we just got into a lot of weird situations where making Dark Dragon wasn't really that good, right? Like, the Elfnote cards... I say Elfnote cards, but like Baron and Crystal Clearwing are better against Endcraft than the branded stuff is, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe does branded have some secret for beating Endcraft? So like that's why I went with all the Elfnote stuff in that one game. And you got to remember, a lot of games just kind of end because people are like, "Oh, well, they have full combo and I have nothing to stop them," so they just surrender. So like, yeah, you're only going to see the Elfnote stuff there, but if we go like full turns, the Elfnote stuff, like, I can make a full branded field with this deck of, like, Dark Dragon, Quem, Cartesia, and then that's going to summon back Fallen of White Dragon next turn, which summons Ecclesia, which then is going to summon Albaz on their turn. Which seemed pretty good, especially because making this on an opponent's turn as double removal is kind of crazy. So I think that maybe like Fiendsmith is boring in a way, but it's obviously also good. The problem with Fiendsmith is it's pretty easy to stop. Like, you just Ash the Requiem and then Fiendsmith is over. But like the Fiendsmith play, if you're running full Fiendsmith, having just an additional Caesar and a Desiree on the field is pretty good. Now the one thing I'll say that Fiendsmith has going for it for Elfnote, which Branded doesn't really, is Fiendsmith likes to leave an extra body on the field that you can then use for stuff like Welcome Home or for Rhapsodia, which is nice. Whereas Branded, usually you got to make all your plays before your White Dragoning, and you really don't want to use any of those Branded bodies for... But maybe you can, because some of them are kind of free. It's like you summon from the hand, deck, or graveyard. So if we have just like an Ecclesia, we could tribute the Ecclesia, and then it can come back to the hand. Or actually, we could tribute it from the hand even, because it can get summoned from the graveyard, but it'll also come back to the hand as long as we sent a fusion. So maybe there are situations that I'm just not doing it correctly quite yet. Huh. But yeah, a lot of people know how to play around Fiendsmith, but that doesn't make Fiendsmith bad, right? Like, I've definitely been carried by Fiendsmith in a game where all my Elfnote plays got stopped. But I like this deck. I just think it's difficult, and it's hard to fit everything. Like, you kind of want some more branded stuff. But I don't think there's room for it. And I don't know what to take out of the Elfnote side. I don't know. I gotta take some time to think about it. And then there's also gonna be the tournament tomorrow. Maybe someone will think of some clever stuff to do with the branded. And like, we don't necessarily need someone to play Elfnote branded and do well with it. We need someone to play anything that has branded in it, and then show us something like a nice package that you can make out of the Fallen and the Virtuous package, essentially, that like makes really good plays but doesn't take up too many cards in your deck. That's what I need to figure out. But I think that's gonna do it for the stream. I'm getting kind of hungry. Like I said, we'll be back on Monday to play some more. So hopefully you enjoyed, and hopefully I will see you then. Bye!